question. What? Hi, good morning.
Good morning and welcome back for day 2 of our Part IS implementation workshop. I hope you had a pleasant evening discovering Cologne and its beauties. Good morning also to the colleagues connected via YouTube. Also, hope you had a pleasant evening reflecting on what we did yesterday. So we continue today our, I would call it navigation through the responses to different challenges that we have seen and identified. Can we go to the agenda, please?
Hi, good morning.
Okay, this is yesterday.
Hi there.
This is today. So you see, we will have 2 question and answer sessions after the 2 blocks of presentation. We plan to conclude at 1:30. I know that this time might be not convenient for some of you. So if we manage, we will try to conclude a little earlier than 1:30. Practical information for those who have dropped their luggage in the luggage room. This luggage room is going to be locked now and it will be reopened at 12 noon. Meaning, don't be worried about your luggage and it will be here. And it will be anyway safe. So first set of presentation. Before I go ahead, next is I would like to remind you, Slido, same as yesterday, is active. You can join typing the number if you consider QR code not safe, as per yesterday comment from Arnold. Yesterday we received 150 questions in total, and we answered already 50. So keep asking, and we will do our best to keep responding. I think that we are done with the housekeeping. And now, first topic is some information about what we are doing in the Part IS task force. The task force is the way we have found to collaborate with all authorities in order to ensure an harmonized implementation of Part IS. We will have 2 presentations. The first one is by Hortensia Caballero, who is the chair of the task force. She is also the project manager for Part IS implementation at AESA, which is the Spanish Aviation Safety Authority. And she will be followed by another presentation by Mario Lenitz from Austrocontrol. Mario is the quality manager responsible for the compliance monitoring at the authority side of Austrocontrol. Austrocontrol is both our navigation service provider and authority. And Mario is also accredited the ISO 27001 auditor. So you will hear a lot of interesting information. And without further ado, I give the floor to Hortensia for her first presentation.
Thank you, Gian Andrea. First, can you hear me clearly first? Yeah. So first, I would like to mention that I'm not chairing the task force alone. I have a colleague from the Hungarian authority that we are sharing the chair for the task force, Manda. Thank you. I can pass the slides.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So I'm going to present during in this slide a little bit how the task force is working right now, how is the origin of the task force, and the main purpose that we are working for. For this first slide, I would like to present a bit of context. Really, we're aware that everyone knows that in less than 1 year, one of the regulations of the PARA-IS will be applicable, specific for aerodromes,
Yeah, no problem.
airport management, service providers, design organization, and productions organization. I don't like to put pressure on this organization first, but we should be realistic that we have a timeline to accomplish. The aviation sector, along with authorities and EASA, is face a significant challenge as well. Traditionally, and the aviation authorities are quite familiar managing safety matters, but now they has to address a new topic, the information security. Something, I'm hearing something.
It is probably an interference or an open microphone from the colleague who is ensuring the connection. He's informed that they should mute himself. Carry on.
And there's quite a clever way of doing it.
It's quite difficult to follow. Well, as we could see yesterday, different scenarios we could face as from the authority and for the organization side. We're going to find scenarios where one single competent authority will be responsible of implement and oversight the PARA-IS regulation. We could find another scenario where multiple CAS responsibilities or cases where CAS and EASA are involved as competent authorities for certain entities. So the questions that conclude this slide is, how can this situation be managed in a most effective way for both, for the entities and for the competent authorities? I will try to suggest responses to this question through the presentation. To find an answer for this first, we identify which are the PARA-IS implementation challenges, so the main ones. As Iwan mentioned,
roughly half an hour with just the logo.
Sorry, I can't concentrate.
That would need to be cut out.
Try to communicate now with the police.
Okay, I will try to follow the. As you can see here, the main implementation challenges that we had identified within the task force first, as we mentioned yesterday during the workshop, and we are well aware there, we have a cybersecurity framework where I could say three regulations are existing and already impacting the aviation sector. We have NIS2 directive, aviation security regulation that applies to some aviation organization, and PARA-IS. And I could say, for example, to our country, to Spain, that we have another additional one, national regulation that is national security scheme. So in the cases that the Spanish organization should comply with 4 regulations cybersecurity related. Although 3 different regulations have to live together because we have to live together, then cooperation among authorities is key. I think all you know. The requirements for authorities are put in place. The implementation, then we have the implementation of ISMS at the authority is already new for us as well. The current authority management system needs to be upgraded with an information security management system. So in this case, new processes, people, and new technology is required as well for us. One of those new processes, as you can see below the SMS at the authority, is that we have to set an approval and oversight process of oversight of IMS processes at the organization. So it will be require creating a safety and information security culture in the authority as well. And last but not least, a link with the previous challenges they have already identified, cybersecurity competencies need to be defined in the authority and the organization side. Few specific information security training courses are available right now. Staff needs to be trained to perform the oversight activities accordingly. This is from IS implementation challenges, but us as CES, as Competence Authority, we have additional challenges. Interinstitutional coordination. So as I mentioned, different authorities are responsible for information security. So we should find efficient and agile coordination mechanisms in order to implement all this regulatory framework. Sometimes, for not saying always, is quite complex, and I could say we have a slow process to arrange the appropriate mechanisms. It's not easy. As a new topic that authorities need to implement, some new processes, people, and new technology are required, as I mentioned before. So many resources are essential to adapt the authorities to the new regulation. I could say as well that administration works in a different pace from the organization. We have a lot of bureaucracy and low flexibility that are features that run against a swift implementation. Sorry. So it was adopted to set a competent authority collaborative platform. I could say that is the task force, a platform where cooperation could be encouraged, and it's a place, I could say it's a place of information sharing. It's where best practices are discussed to be implemented, development of efficient and effective processes are developed. And in conclusion, this task force is to facilitate timely and harmonized implementation of PAR-IS regulation in all member states. This could say this sentence or this phrase will be repeated during the presentation because I think it's important to emphasize in this objective, our main objective. Well, then in March 2023, the PAS-IS task force started the journey to the implementation of the regulation. Currently, we have over 20 competent authorities that are participating and involved in this huge effort. We are relying on the active support of EASA, and a European Commission and AESA are invited to participate as observers as well. For the participants' perspective, I would like to highlight our diverse range of professional profiles. The task force is composed by aviation safety experts, cybersecurity experts, compliance monitoring experts, aviation security, flight standards, and ATS, ATM, and ANS experts are well from the authority side, for sure. The task force, the different professional backgrounds, various approaches, and the distinct cultural context of its participants contribute to a more comprehensive collaboration and a deeper understanding of all the needs. This collaboration in this task force facilitates the creation of connections among all these areas, allowing us to make a more holistic approach. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I think it doesn't show well, but I will explain it the same. Okay, we started with the task force. We have the appropriate participants. Now we have to move for the next step, setting the objectives of the task force. So I want to reinforce the message that the main objective of the task force is to facilitate timely and a harmonized implementation of the para-IS regulation in all member states. But to accomplish this, we have to set specific objectives that will guide our action and our plan to achieve the previous purpose I mentioned. So for these specific objectives that we have, first, discuss para-IS implementation key issues. As we mentioned, and maybe you can understand it during the workshop, we have different scenarios where one CIE is responsible of cybersecurity, aviation safety, aviation security. We could have another authorities where their responsibility are shared in different ministries and so on. So it's essential that we could discuss implementation issues that we have in each member states. And another objective is to develop a common understanding. It's essential to get the purpose to a harmonized implementation, for sure. Another objective is to share experience regarding practical application. So we are in the same journey and the organization, so we can anticipate certain issues that our organization from our member state are facing, so we can share this experience with other authorities. Another objective is to identify common solutions. We are going to see next during Mario's presentation, we'll see that we have developed maybe a common tool that we can use. Another objective is to agree a harmonized approach. It's more or less in the same line as the previous one objectives, to harmonize our criteria. And finally, to cooperate and learn from each other. I think it's quite essential that we should coordinate and cooperate and learn from each other and from the different environment that we could find within the member states. Well, then how the task force works. We meet every month. So as you can see, we periodically or quite often we meet in order to progress and to accomplish the task set in order to get the main focus. Some topics, I could say that some topics are always in our agenda because are topics that we should follow and make it progress. So the main activities that you have here, first we have the work streams. So in case we identify topics that need to be addressed and maybe develop some practical guidance. We have participants, and I would like to emphasize that are volunteer participants that participate and contribute in order to develop guidance materials regarding specific topics that I will explain you later. In terms of communication, we also share information and progress made of the different work groups that we have with the EuroCAE, European Commission, ICAO, and so on, that are related with cybersecurity. Another activity and relevant way of sharing experience is training and competence. Here we share how we are managing the development of new competencies of our staff or the authority side. So we can learn, or we can get experience from the different training model that the authorities are implementing. And last but not least, a significant activity, I could say, for learning from each other are the pilot projects. EASA and some member states are or have projects with selected organization. I could say that this pilot project has a double objective of benefits from the authority side and benefit for organization. From the authority side, with this project, we can complement the training of our staff. We could say it could consider a practical training in this side. The staff is currently working on and addressing para-ISMS requirements. And from the organization side, it's a way of collaborating in a closer way with the authority. We could say that we work in parallel in helping in some way to the organization to address the implementation of para-ISMS regulation. After more than 1 year of hard-working session, I'm really proud to present the main outcomes and the main results achieved through the work of our group. Thanks to the commitment and the collaboration of the members, we have accomplished and developed some guidelines. I would like to mention that EASA participates quite actively. It has been already identified and mentioned during the workshop that EASA realized that it's needed an update of the ANC and GM, and it was shared within the task force. The main outcomes and are already published in the EASA website. You can find them. Is guidance material regarding organizations that already are certified in 2001 standard. Another guideline, this one I think is more focused on the authority side, is a description or a proposal of setting a process in order to apply the derogation requirement. We would like to mention that we started working on a draft mapping the cybersecurity regulation framework. I think we drafted a map regarding NIST, AFSEC, and para-ISMS. My colleagues Vasilis and Marta will go deeper into detail in the next in their presentation later. Another outcome I would like to highlight that some member will develop an oversight tool. I think Mario will go deeper and present the tool later. And last but not least, we could say that we drafted a high-level compliance checklist. I could say that this checklist helps the authority to have a preliminary assessment on how the organization is implementing the para-IS regulation. So after the main outcomes, so we need to do progress and continue working. For now, I could say that we start working in new topics. We started working in new topics that to be addressed. Which topics, or those topics that the CEA are more concerned. So, for example, we start working on develop guidelines regarding the ISMS at the authority side. We should progress on the inspector community for implementation of new requirements. We should progress to identify if we should have additional training courses available for our staff. Or maybe we can improve in some training related needs. Collaboration with the different authorities. I think this is one of the main messages of this workshop that I think is needed. Entities sitting across the responsibilities of different CES, so we have to discuss an efficient, to find an efficient collaboration scheme. And finally, we should discuss, and I think was mentioned yesterday, the initial oversight process for the organization. So how it's going to be after the applicability date, the first time that we set an oversight activity with the organizations. We should agree the best practices to perform these initial oversight processes. Identify specific needs for less complex organization. I think it's clear that we should not require the same level of implementation for complex organization because the activity are different to less complex organization. And for sure, I think it's important is we have to discuss to make the oversight process more efficient. We should not duplicate the work for the organizations and maybe the work as well for the authority side and the authority side, on the authority side. So this is more or less a wider view of the task force. I just want to finish with a sentence in order to raise more awareness of the audience. Time flies, and in a world where information security is critical, we can afford to waste a single minute. Every second counts in protecting what matters most. Thank you. So, I pass the floor now to my colleague Mario that will go deeper into the deliverables that we already have in the task force.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hortensia, for this presentation. And also thank you, Gian Andrea, for giving us a live showcase in incident handling by detection and recovery of the incident at the beginning of Hortensia's presentation. Yeah, what are the results? What are the results of the outcomes? What they say? And as Hortensia said before, there are two results of which, and now I will leave the secret, is about 50% of the update of the guidance material and the AMC material we talked yesterday. So they are still there, and you will see them. And I will give you these two documents already here for the the guidelines for the derogation, something very unnecessary and something where everybody is waiting for, and then these provided guidelines on the ISO 27. Good. Let's start with trying to get the next slide. Yeah. So we had 4 work streams until the summer, and one of the scope of the work stream number 2 was, it's called oversight and IMSS implementation. which means how you give the correct guidelines to oversee the organizations and give the guidelines to the organization to do the right things. Because as Atencia said, we do not want to waste our time and we do not want to waste our efforts by giving them working on the same direction for us. And we were focusing on the second part of this development of the guidelines for the derogation, 200 IS or 200 ECHO. Why? Because I think many organizations will think about this will be my exit point. I do not have anything to do with ISMS, and so I want to go for derogation. So, but this is the requirement for getting for derogation is a very harsh requirement, because it says you shall not add any additional hazard or any additional risk via information security, which even for less complex organization might not be really easy, and also not for the authorities to do this. That's why we said we will implement this guideline first. About the group roles, Davide Martini, he is here. He was the leader of the group leader, but the pen holder is also sitting in first row. Christoph, thank you for your effort to doing the pen holder part, because without the pen holder, the document will not work. And that is why I think we made a very good document, and there were a lot of NAAs working together. As we see, more than 20, not all of the 20 were there. Okay, no, here it is. What were the key objectives? Because we thought about why would we do the delivery. So we thought about what should be the idea to do it. The idea is that all organizations should face the same process. We want to harmonize the process to get the application. Not that somebody writes an email and says, oh, I do not have any issues with information security, please give me a derogation. This is not the way to go forward, and also not the way that one authority says, yes, but I need to have a full risk assessment, and you have to buy a lot of money to get these things being done. So we want to get for harmonization, as we said, and this is one of our major tasks, to harmonize the European approach. And the second one is, and this is one of the other challenges in this derogation part, is if you give one time a derogation, it does not end. You have to continuously assure that you do not add additional risk. This is on the organizational side and also on the authority side. On the organizational side, and if you do any changes, you have to be assured that you still are valid for the derogation. And on the authority side, for each and every oversight task, you have to be assured that you check it. And this is why we get this harmonization. And we have to have, and they said, okay, who could be part of the derogation? Who could lead? Is made General Electric, because I see Stefan in the auditorium, will say, oh, I ask for derogation because I'm such a nice company and we are fully aware, yeah, please do not. But in this case, in these cases, I would say there must be some criteria even to start for a derogation. And the big thing is that the organization were coming and say, oh, I have to do now an information security risk assessment. I do not have any knowledge about it. And even if I start to do information security risk assessment, I will have 50% of the information security management system already implemented. So the idea is to keep here this side that we say, okay, take this risk assessment you already have. Because this was stated before by Juan Anton, that he said, we took into Part IS only those organizations which already run an SMS. And running an SMS means running a risk assessment methodology. So we said, use the methodology, what you already have in place. So these were the ideas coming. Yeah. What is now the process? And I think this process is a very smart process, and the main brain of this process was already Christoph. He was sitting in here, and he was, and we thought, okay, what we will do if somebody gives us an application, then we have to run through the whole process. So what we started before is, we started with this pre-assessment phase. This is something we are using for certification purposes in Austro Control as well. We call it pre-application phase. So if somebody says, okay, I want to have an AOC, then we say, okay, please, for the moment, it's not to apply directly and officially for an AOC. So we're running a so-called pre-application phase. And this is the same thing. We're running a pre-assessment phase. So somebody comes in here and he says, okay, I'm interested for a derogation. And then we ask him specific things. And these specific things are in the, and then we look at the criteria we had in this rule. And we were talking with them, yeah, in the sense that we say, okay, is it possible to be applicable? So again, the example of General Electric says, no, we won't be applicable. So we stop just before getting official application for a derogation. This is very helpful because this also means there's less cost. And because you just have to show about your business, you have to show about your integration of information systems, about the safety of your processes, how far you are away, what is your contribution to aviation safety, and all these things been done. By the way, this has nothing to do with size. We are not talking about size, we are talking about complexity, but complexity in the sense of information security. This is the approach. So we have a lot of criteria, and if you go for the criteria, and then I say, okay, yes, I think you could go for derogation. And if you go for derogation, then we have an official application. And then we need specific risk assessments there. So we need to have to show that you do not add additional risks in the sense of information security. So that your assessment of your hazards, it may be additional hazards, but if the hazards are still adequately safe. And this is the idea of this showcase. And you have to show this in the sense that you are using your risk assessment methodology. You may use a consultant if you want to add this, let's say, and I call it as a safety guy, as you see here with the bow tie, as a safety guy, the blind spot. Because we on the safety side, we always had this blind spot. We do not take care on security because it's intended. We always take care on non-intended occurrences, which means, and if you cannot satisfy us as an authority, then you will get a derogation. But this does not end. First of all, you have to implement the incident reporting scheme because this is exempted from the exemption. So this is an exemption from the exemption, which means you still have to identify your information security incidents. And all the time you do some changes, even internal changes, you have to show if you still reach this part, because if you start to implement a new IT system, you have to take a look and say, okay, is there an additional hazard going in here? And us, for the authorities, is an additional effort because at each and every oversight activities, we have to check if the derogation, on the safety oversight, we have to check if this derogation is still valid. So there is a way, and that's why it is needed that we have a consolidated, harmonized path through the derogation, which helps all authorities here in this room to say, okay, if anybody goes for a derogation even right now, even if the rules are not applicable at the moment, you can use it. And that's why we had this first step. Good. So you see, 25% of the new AMC guidance material already revealed. Show you now the next one. No? Okay, this is... It stood, yeah, back, but the situation is... The back doesn't... You see, we're always going forward, yeah, never backwards. Yeah, now it's going back. Now too much back. You see, too quick. Yeah, now it's going. You see, there's a little bit of time delay. This is because the American NCA is looking here on these slides. And if they're not released them, they're not here. So, another deliverable. what was the key objective? So we were thinking about, I said, okay, ISMS would say is nothing new. Even we have a standard, a very well-known standard in the ISO 27001. And what should be the key objective? As we already heard, ISO 27001 is not the full credit of part ISMS, but it's helpful. And as Jean-Paul yesterday gave you a little bit of the kitchen in between safety and security, we now have the cooking recipe. And it's written for the industry stakeholders. It is not written for the authorities, it's written for you as industry stakeholders. Just having the question, okay, I already have an ISO 27001 system, yeah, certified or not. Yeah, it's not necessary to be certified, but if you have a conform system, we do not ask for certificates. But this guidance is helping for all of them, all of you which have an ISMS, which are following ISO 27001. And we focused on the 2022 version because the 2013 version is outdated. It will not be applicable next October. So the 2022 version is off even before Part IS will get in force. And we'd say, okay, what was the next thing? I said, do we just cover what is in the 27001? I said, no. The issue is we want to cover the whole Part IS. And the whole Part IS standard is we call it the I and the D is the same, even in the full words. That's why we do not focus on the implementing, on the delegated act. We're just focusing on the OR standards. So this means it should be really a cooking recipe, a handbook for you if you want to have if you have an existing ISMS, how to implement the missing parts of Part IS. That's why and again, revealing the next 25% of the guidance material is still available. So just not be misunderstood. This is available. And you can use this. This is a material which is provided there, and we are all focusing, even if it's not formally announced, it is published. And the second positive aspect is we were looking at this as we do not look only on the 27001, we also look what is in the safety rules. So in the implementing rules of the basic regulation, because you have a lot of similarities in the requirements of Part IS and in your specific domain-specific implementing rules of the organizational requirements. Might it be 965, 1178, or whatever they call it, whatever kind of domain you are, or 376. Even the UIS we put into the sense. So what we try to get is a comprehensive guideline which is focusing on 27001 and also the safety rules just to see how to implement it. And it is written also for ISMS personnel. So if you're coming from the approach that you said, okay, I'm coming from information security, how to implement safety, and it gives you exactly the guidelines when to talk with the safety people because they have the same thing. Yeah, when to talk with your compliance manager, when to talk with your manager. So it can be used by consultants as well, internally as externally consultants, to upgrade, I would say upgrade an ISO 27001 system. How it works? Again, you see the Americans are very interested in because they do not release it quite early. How to use this guideline? It's a quite easy structuring. First of all, as we said, we have all the requirements in, and on the blue box, you have the text of the requirement, not of the AMC and guidance material, the text of the requirement. Because AMC and guidance material is just a copy-paste action, you can read it. You have the ECSF rules. We do not want to write the ECSF rules again. Then the yellow part is the mapping to the ISO 27001. Exactly the controls of the ISO 7001, not only the controls, sometimes it's also of the core text. So if you have a statement of applicability, which you need if you are certified, in ISO 27001, you just take, okay, this control is managed with this, and this control will be managing this part IS. So it's just a hint. If you are already certified at 27001, you take one additional column on your statement of applicability, and you have this compliance statement, what we talked yesterday on the ISMM, already finished. It's quite a way. You just copy paste our guidelines, and then it should be finished. So the red one is just showing how they will fit together. So this is much more an explanation and how these controls will fit to the requirement of the standard. And then secondly, and this is the mapping, and I think this is the big benefit, which is an add-on more than the 27001, is this mapping to the similarities of the safety regulation. Because we found it quite often that they say, okay, we have to do this, and say, no, we already have it since ages, because it was required in the safety regulation. Let's say change procedure, policies, management handbook, document control, whatever it is, they're all required by this side. So, and even we gave you the reference where it stands in your specific, because in your specific safety procedure for your domain, because in some domains it's required, in some domains it's not. So this is, you have to check for each and every domain you need it. And then the green one gives you the cooking recipe. They say, okay, do this, do that, look at aviation safety if you don't have it, and all these parts. And this is done now for each and every requirement. So as we said, it's really a handbook where you can take this as a checklist, handbook, whatever you want, as a project, a handbook, how to implement yourself. So this is the idea. Do not reinvent the wheel. Take what you already have and put it together. So now I will reveal something more. We heard about that. We said, okay, but we need to get to assess something. And we were also talking in our work stream that we say, okay, but we do not need to have, again, a PDF file like we have it for ISMS, for safety management systems, where you got 1,000 pages to fill. And if you have a company or small or no less complex companies, to get these things being filled up. This has been produced by one member of my work stream, Alexander Eckert from LBA. He wrote a structure, an assessment tool structure, which is based on open source. So it's written in HTML. It is an open source software. It's not needed to have, it's not licensed. You do not need any internet connection. You can do it fully offline. As I said, basic HTML, you can use it in your browser, in any of your browsers. This is one file. If you zip it and send it via email, you can send it via email. You can put the assessment results directly in this file. So for each and every part, you have this file. And you see this part here, and you see the maturity side. We have here a tick box about maturity assessment. I will see if I can get here. Here you can save the results. Here is the, by the way, here is the text of the requirement. So you can read the text and assess it. And then, okay. Here. Yeah, here it is. Here is the reference of the ISO 27001. If you have already an ISO 27001, here you can assess it, and this is the maturity assessment page. You see, not present, present, suitable, operating, effective, or not applicable, if you wish. Then if you type in here, again, if you type in here, you will get the full questions when it's present, operating, effective, and whatever it is. And then you tick the boxes, and then you make here, let's say, a remark on the reference, on your evidences, why you did it. So you have a full documentation how you assess it, in the sense. And here you have a progress. So all the inspectors, and even doing a self-assessment, your self-assessor knows how many parts he assessed, he or she. Now we had a big discussion that there were some inspectors, no, maturity assessment, it's too early because for the initial side, we need compliance. And yeah, we are now in compliance mode. Just with a click of a box, we are in compliance mode. So everybody who wants to be here in compliance assessment, or if your authority says, yes, we want to show compliance, because this is what we need, we are not keen with maturity, we go for compliance. And then we have the same thing, and you see here not applicable, compliant, recommendation for improvement, unsatisfactory, or immediate safety concern. The normal things what you have. If Ralph Koefer is here, he will see probably the things what the LBA is doing that things, but this is compliance assessment. So you can switch, and even you can switch for each and every requirement between maturity and compliance. You cannot assess compliance, and at the moment you cannot assess compliance and maturity at the same time. So if you switch to compliance, then the maturity assessment for this paragraph is erased, but you can do it on this side. As I said, this is just a teaser. And this will be the idea to get, because we are IT guys, to get this assessment tool to be there. As I said, it's open source, so there is no license behind, and there is also no organization behind to do it, but it's open. And everybody who is able to read HTML and to write a little bit in HTML can do it. And even if we have also one part where you can edit. This tool is there in a, let's say, in a prototype stadium, and if you're also interested in, we can make, if the time is there, I can give you a live showcase on this part. But I think this is the idea how we will go forward in assessing our ISMS. And by the way, if you want to have it for the SMS, you just have to add a different paragraphs, because the tool is open for everything. So it's just if you add your safety assessment paragraphs is there. We do not know how we will deliver it. Probably we put it on an open source platform that everybody can use it, but this is just the idea which has been developed in our workshop. Okay. Good so far, then thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you very much. We carry on with the exploration of other tools or other possible solutions that we have already developed within the task force. And now we will discuss about the interplay between Part IS and the other regulation. We have already received many questions. How does Part IS fit or interplay with NIS or with aviation security? This is the point to talk about it. And here I would like to invite Marta Jurkiewicz from Polish Civil Aviation Authority. She is a senior specialist in cybersecurity, and she has been very instrumental at preparing this work. She will present together with Vasileios Papageorgiou, which is Vasilis for all of us. He is our junior expert, so he joined the team 2.5 years ago. And he has immediately demonstrated to be a valuable asset for all of us. And you will see him now in action. So please welcome them, and thank you for your presentation.
Hello, good morning, everybody. We are very happy to present you how it's interplay, Part IS interplay with the NIS directive and AFSEC regulation. I think the next slide we can jump.
Yeah. Yes. Give me one moment to say also a few introductory things before. So thanks a lot, Marta. Indeed. So the idea is that we want to do, let's say, the different pieces of the puzzle of something that is, let's say, more complicated than it seems originally. So we have 3 different rules, and there are certain requirements there that seems to overlap. So we will try to identify the problem, first of all, to give you the kind of some background about this problem, and after we identify this issue, we will see what we are doing in order, let's say, to help solve this issue. So, Marta, the floor is yours.
We decided to explain you about how its legal framework in aviation, cyber and safety security, how it looks. And you probably know that slide that we have ICAO with the Chicago Convention and a lot of annexes. And we implement all of them to our EU regulation. And like you see, we add to the slide something about European Economic Area, which is very important in our job to know the basics of how this market, European market, function, because we cannot disturb it. The basics we have to know about the. I would like to to remember this from that slide that European Economic Area prepared the basic foundation for information security, including cybersecurity and other like GDPR, privacy, security, and etc. And also it's related very much to our human rights. And of course, the member states prepare also a lot of different regulations, not only national regulation, but they also implement a lot of European directives. Next slide, please. So how it looks in our case, what our entities as a CAA, what we have to focus on. Well, we identify during our work stream 3 works. We identify 4 fields of cybersecurity requirements. First one was easy, civil aviation safety, Part IS requirements. So we protect the, we should focus on the risk related to information security, which have an impact on aviation safety. That was the first one. The second one was also easy to identify. We identify a civil aviation security requirements for cyber security, and here we have a regulation 2015, 1998, which oblige all the entities which had to prepare the security program to protect the critical aviation ICT and data against cyber attacks, cyber threats, act of unlawful interference, and etc. And we also identify business continuity requirements, NIS directive, but not only. But we focus here on the business, on NIS directive. And we also realized that there is other requirement which will have some impact on aviation entities, authorities also, like GDPR, medical law. We have a lot of medical organization in medical center in the scope of Part IS. So we do not touch this part, but generally, I would like you to remember that there is not only the 3 basics act, Part IS, AFSEC regulation, and NIS2 directive, but there is also a different requirement in the different acts in the European level. And now I will give here is an objective, which I mentioned to you previously, and this is the genesis of our problem. The 3 different scope, and now we'll give the floor to Vasilis to tell you more about that.
Thanks a lot, Marta. I guess I can use also this microphone. Indeed, we have 3 different set of rules. And before we start going into detail, I want to ask a question to the audience. How many of you are at least aware of the NIS2 directive? Please raise your hand. Oh, wow. Okay, that's very good already. Okay, so we don't have to do this presentation. No, I'm kidding. We will actually say a few things also about the NIS2 directive. So long story short, we received some questions yesterday asking which regulation takes precedence over the other. Basically, I have to say that this is not the right way of seeing things, in the sense that those are three different pieces of legislation. As such, they have different objectives, so a different subject matter. As we said yesterday, and now you are well aware, Part IS focuses on information security risks that might have an impact on aviation safety. In the case of NIS2, things are different. The point actually is to ensure the business continuity of essential, of critical services across Europe, to make sure that those services are not disrupted. So to safeguard, let's say, the longevity, if I can call it like that, of the EU citizens in terms of, let's say, of course, societal impact as well as financial well-being. And then we have the AFSEC legislation, which actually those requirements are a small, let's say, kind of a one page under the annex to the implementing regulation 1998, it's point 1.7, where there are some requirements for, let's say, what an organization needs to do when it comes to identifying critical assets, in this case, and then to protect those assets from cybersecurity threats. So this focuses mostly in the aviation security point of view. So we can see that even though there are some requirements that are overlapping, the entire rule does not overlap. And this is actually all the beginning of our problems, if I can call it like that. And now we will go into further detail. So the next question would be, okay, you told us about three different regulations. It's in cybersecurity, okay, we understand that, but why do we care from a Part IS point of view? Well, the short answer is that the legal equivalence is established between Part IS and those regulations within the Part IS regulatory text. And here you see an abstract of the a quote, let's say, if I can call it like that, from the delegated and the implementing regulation. There are a few, let's say, differences, but in terms of simplification, I just took the reference from the delegated regulation. So you can see that in the first place, we have the text referring to the NIS directive. You can see here, and before you start raising your hands about that, you can see that it refers to the old directive, to the old NIS directive. Again, long story short, since the new directive, since the NIS2 directive has been, let's say, published and entered into force, all references referring to the old directive become now references to the new directive. This is according to Article 44 of the NIS2 directive. So basically, Article 14 that you see here becomes Article 21 and Article 23 in the NIS2 directive. So basically what the regulation says, it says that if you comply with those security requirements laid down in Article 14, aka Article 21 and 23 now, which correspond to the cybersecurity risk management measures, and then Article 23 in the reporting requirements, then compliance with those requirements shall be considered, let's say, to constitute compliance with the requirements laid down in Part IS. So the short version of it is that if you comply, if you are an entity that has to comply with NIS2, then you get automatic credit towards everything in Part IS. And then we have the AFSEC legislation as well. And in the AFSEC legislation, actually, it is similar with the exception of the ISOR 230. In this case, there is the kind of add-on because there are no external reporting requirements in the AFSEC legislation. So the organizations can take credit from complying with AFSEC, but they have also to satisfy this kind of delta when it comes to the external reporting requirements. Okay, we have seen the, let's say, the kind of equivalence from the side of Part IS requirements to the NIS2 and the AFSEC requirements. But then the question is, okay, if I am already complying with the AFSEC legislation, can I switch to Part IS? Where we said that yesterday in Part IS regulation, we do have some hooks with other rules, and the same happens also in the AFSEC legislation. Here in this case, we can see that point 1.7.5 actually clarifies that it can be that the appropriate authority agrees that the compliance with another sector-specific, let's say, legislation on cyber security, either EU or either at an EU or a national level, can be used to substitute, let's say, compliance with the requirements laid down in point 1.7 of the AFSEC legislation. So when it comes to NIS2, this is not the case. So there was some discussion some time ago with the Commission, and we were trying to explore to what extent Part IS could be considered as lex specialis, as they call it, so equivalent in effect to the requirements laid down in NIS. Unfortunately, the outcome, or maybe fortunately, the outcome of the discussion was that Part IS does not constitute a lex specialis regulation. Only DORA, a regulation about the financial, let's say, sector, constitutes, let's say, lex specialis for NIS2. And this happened again because of what we discussed before, because we have different subject matter, and also, as we're going to see shortly, a different scope between the regulations. So given this different subject matter and scope, it wouldn't be feasible to have it as a lex specialis. So then the question that naturally comes is, okay, if I am an entity that have to comply with Part IS, NIS2 and AFSEC, is there a possibility that I will have to comply with all of them? And this is where we, let's say, started to work in the workstream 3 at the time, under the leadership of Marta, trying to find ways of, let's say, providing some kind of guidance to organizations and, of course, also authorities across Europe in order to find a practical solution to these issues, because we have discussed about the different rules at the high level currently, but we have not seen the requirements yet. And those requirements indeed are some cybersecurity risk management measures requirements. So there are some overlaps. And we have started at the time doing this mapping that also Hortensia mentioned before. And then we started to take things, let's say, from the beginning, and in this case, from the NIS2 being the, we use the NIS2 requirements as a basis, and this is because the NIS2 is the wider framework, because being a directive, NIS2 does not cover only the air transport sector. Instead, there are also the other sectors, like as you can see in the screen, the energy, the health sector, space sector. Under the transport sector, the air transport is only a subset of the NIS2, and under the air transport, we have the AFSEC and Part IS. Okay, so basically what you can see from this screen is that we have also not only different rules when it comes to subject matter, but also different scopes. There are some organizations that are covered either by actually both NIS, AFSEC, and Part IS, namely the airlines and the aerodrome operators. Those are the ones that like 100% will be covered by the three of them. And there are some organizations that are, let's say, in a kind of a gray zone. It depends on the appetite of the member states when it comes to the NIS2 implementation to include them or not. And there are some organizations that should probably not be under the NIS2, and as well as the AFSEC. It could be use-based service providers, FSDDs operators, and so on. This is, of course, not exhaustive. It's only to give you an indication about the different scope that we have. So again, as I said in the beginning, we try not to give you the different pieces of the puzzle to identify this type of problem. So we have the different subject matter, different scope, and then what else is to be said. And now I will give the floor to Marta to continue with presenting the different pieces of the puzzle.
We also focus on those, like you saw on the first slide before, about which requirements our entity should apply. So we, like you see, we realized that organization should implement only Part IS. Yeah, and that would be easy. We will take AMC and GM from as a website and we will implement. But our words started to complicate when we realized that our entities should implement Part IS and AFSEC regulation, or Part IS and a NIS regulation, or Part IS, AFSEC regulation, and NIS regulation. And we realize, because of the different scope of those three regulations, that we need a harmonization of everything, because we have a problem, because we cannot put together those puzzles. We must fit them to each other. Next slide.
So then another piece of the puzzle. I hope that by the end of this presentation, we will not be overwhelmed with the problems that we were facing. But so we have seen that we have different, let's say, types of organization when it comes to the scope. But we also have different authorities, because we talk about 3 different pieces of legislation, 3 different regulatory frameworks. And from the case of safety, as you are well aware, we have the so-called competent authority. From the case of security, we have the appropriate authority. And from the case of NIS, let's say the NIS world, we have the NIS competent authority. Sometimes it's only called competent authority. Here we say NIS authority just for our, let's say, understanding. In some cases, in some member states, the cooperation between those entities is easy. They are under the same roof, like in the case of Finland. And in some other cases, it's more difficult. They are not under the same roof. Maybe they are not even in the same city. They do not know the existence of each other, it could be. So when we have to deal with this problem, and the problem again is to identify, first of all, the burden to organizations that have to comply with the different regulatory requirements, and to see how we can alleviate that. In order to do that, some work needs to be done in the level of the member state. And it is really important that the different authorities cooperate with each other. They have to collaborate when it comes to these issues. And as if this was not enough, then we have also to go into the level, like we are seeing a kind of a cell. We're now going into the micro level, and we have to see also the boundaries of the organization. And the question is, okay, we have different types of organizations, but is the boundaries of what an organization is the same under the 3 different, let's call them viewpoints? Well, spoiler alert, is not. So from the case of aviation safety, things are perhaps simpler, because an aviation organization starts and ends with the approval. So you are an approval holder, and this is what defines the applicability of a certain regulation within your organization. In the case of NIS, for instance, this is not, let's say, the case in the sense that there are no approvals. And so, as you will see afterwards in the presentations, I call them like business units. So entities are referred to as a kind of a business units. So you have an entity in critical infrastructure in the energy sector. I don't know, it can be a power plant or whatever. And then in this case, it is the business unit. So, you know, if we try to come up with an example from the from our domain, from the aviation domain, one can say that, okay, in our case, we do know that Part IS, for instance, applies in the AOC, but in the case of NIS2, someone would say that, okay, is it only AOC or is it AOC and CAMO, if the organization has also a CAMO. So this is to give you an example of possible, let's say, challenges that we also had to take into account when it comes to the boundaries of the organization.
Yes, and we first we map the organization, and we also, like you see in this slide, can I take another one? The other slide. And we also map the requirements from the NIS, Part IS, and AFSEC regulation. And we realized that some uncovered, some unparty covered, but they are not covered in 100%. They are not equivalent in 100% because the scope of the regulation is different. And that's why we started to think about we need harmonization. Everybody in our group speaking about we need harmonization. So another slide, please. Like you see. So what to do next? And next slide. So as you see, the two names of two different groups, we couldn't do much more in the EASA level. So we share with our material with European Commission, with NIS Aviation Cybersecurity Group. And the NIS Aviation Cybersecurity Group is right now preparing material, basics on our material, which the aim is to help us to find a way to harmonize all the requirements. And we have our colleagues from the NIS Aviation Cybersecurity Group, who is the leader of that task group, Katarina. And she's preparing that material, and she's continuing what we start here in the task force.
Thanks a lot, Marta. Thank you for that. So actually, allow me also to go a little bit back to tell you a few things about, because I see that we still have, let's say, some time, what is actually the work that we have done, and what it is that, what are, let's say, some preliminary observations that we have faced. So if we go back, first of all, to conclude, when it comes to the applicability of the different organizations, this is a kind of let's say, draft table showing exactly what we have discussed before when it comes to the applicability of the different rules. In this case, starting, of course, from Part IS organizations, as you can see. Again, this is an interpretation that we currently have, and it's based on the approvals. Then the next slide is actually some key common points and differences. We have covered all of them, but we didn't say about the size so far, because in the case of Part IS, now you're well aware that size, it's in a sense irrelevant. The risk is what it is relevant. However, from the NIS2 point of view, the size is one of the criteria for the applicability of NIS2. So you can see that indeed, we have, let's say, some common points and some differences. Indeed, in some member states, the NIS2, because the NIS2 is a directive, meaning that it has to be transposed to the national law of the member states. During the transposition, things might change, because when you have a directive, you need to achieve the same objectives of the directive, but how you get there, you have some flexibility. So the NIS2 directive will be transposed in some member states, asking them to have an ISMS, asking the organization that they have to comply with to implement an ISMS, while in some other cases, this will not be the case. So this is, let's say, another point, another important point. And then Marta mentioned that we have initiated the mapping in workstream 3. And then we have realized, among other things, that the requirements are of a different level of granularity. Because being a directive, Part IS, NIS2 has actually higher level requirements. When it comes to, now just reference a few things from Article 21, cyber hygiene measures, supply chain considerations. So those stay at a higher level, and possibly to allow to the member states some flexibility. By now, the Commission has published some guidance, some further guidance on what these cybersecurity risk management measures constitutes. However, this guidance focus on different types of entities and not in aviation entities. However, this guidance can be, let's say, used by entities to get an idea. Having said that, now we, as Marta said, we are now in the NIS aviation cybersecurity subgroup, let's say, phase. So we have concluded our work in the Part IS task force with the different authorities, and there we made this a kind of a preliminary mapping exercise. Soon enough, we recognized that it doesn't make sense to stay, in a room, all the safety authorities, and echo our opinion, but we need to expand this to include also security authorities and the NIS authorities. So we approached the European Commission, and then in cooperation with the DigiMove, DigiConnect, and AESA, and then the authorities, the corresponding authorities from each type of, let's say, framework. As I showed you before, we have initiated this NIS Aviation Cybersecurity subgroup, which is actually a group under the NIS Cooperation Group. And the point of this group, one of the objectives is actually to provide some best practices to starting from the authorities, and then the authorities will have, let's say, the responsibility, and the member states task to disseminate this information to the organizations. And here I will just mention only some high-level information about the structure of this subgroup. So we have different task forces under this subgroup. First and foremost, we try to determine, as we mentioned before, to let's say to fix one piece of the problem, as we mentioned in the beginning, that has to do with understanding when there are some instances where aviation organizations, as Marta also explained, fall under the, let's say, first option. For instance, they have to comply only with Part IS, or they have to comply with the three different legislative frameworks. This is the one task that we are undertaking, and then there are the second task. The second task force is a kind of a has a twofold purpose. The one is to map the requirements, so to continue to take the mapping from our task force and to try to provide some useful, let's say, I will call it guidance, but it should be something in the form of best practices to authorities based on what we have done when it comes to the mapping of the different requirements of Part IS. It was really an interesting discussion, and not so easy because, again, there were issues with the granularity of the requirements, and it's not always easy to draw lines between things that are not entirely, let's say, equivalent. And then we also doing that not only when it comes to Article 21, which is, again, the cybersecurity risk management measures of NIS2, but also when it comes to the reporting obligations, which is Article 23. And then, last but not least, it is important to know actually what are the authorities per member state, and if we have lots of cases where we have cases like Finland where everything is under the same roof, or we have cases like, I don't know, another member state that the authorities are not even speaking to each other. So we realize that it's really important to also raise awareness within the member states in order to try to find solutions, because in the end, solutions will also have, I mean, the best we can do is to provide some best practices, but then it is also for the member states to take, let's say, these best practices or this guidance and try to synchronize together to alleviate the burden from both the oversight that the authorities have to do, but also from the organizations. And having said that, this is the last slide. So we have discussed about many different pieces of the problem. This is actually a slide that you have seen also yesterday, I think from Angeliki. It has to do with the Part IS implementation journey. Now it has been edited a little bit to show, apart from the Part IS implementation journey, also the NIS2 transposition to the national law of the member states. When we were doing this, let's say, this exercise, we had in mind that we were trying to figure out ways that make sense to solve this problem. And one of those ways was someone said that, okay, if we take into account when, let's say, which regulation is applicable first, then we should go with the NIS2. Because according to the NIS2 directive, the transposition to the national law of the member states should have taken place on the 17th of October this year. And then, by the next day, those cybersecurity measures should have been already applicable. Recently, we found out that this is not the case in all the member states. Actually, it seems that a few relatively member states have transposed the NIS2 directive to their national law. Even the ones that they have done it, they will not immediately start implementing NIS2. We do know some examples. For instance, the case of Italy, where the let's say applicability of NIS2 will take place gradually, if I can use this term, in the sense that, first of all, the important and essential entities defined other than these two will have to be identified, and then there is sufficient time for that. I think there is around 1 year. And then after this kind of identification, which I think it will take place under a self-assessment by the organization, which then the authority will have to, let's say, see if they agree or not with. After this takes place, then gradually the measures will be let's say, enforced. So in that case, we see that in many member states, based on the feedback that we are receiving, and I think that this is also a good opportunity today to receive also your feedback, if you know what's the case in your member state. It seems that in some cases, the applicability date might even exceed, and when I say the applicability date, I mean when the NIS2 measures will be fully, let's say, applicable, and the controls will be up and running. These might even exceed February 2026, which is the applicability date for the implementing regulation. So the answer to that is that we cannot take into account which regulation comes first, because in that sense, this is, let's say, not significant as we thought that it would have been in the beginning. So I think this is an important point to make. I'm also looking at the time, and having said that, we have some time for questions and answers, and we really like to have your feedback. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Congratulations. So before we move to question and answer, I need to make a rectification regarding to this slide, and particularly to the upper part. So you will note that there is a difference in the terminology, in the legal language, between what is the interplay between Part IS and NIS2 and the AFSEC regulation. So when it comes to NIS2, this automatic credit is not automatic. So, and here the text should be read, can be credited towards Part IS, meaning that an organization complying with NIS can show compliance to Part IS by using the corresponding element that they use to comply with NIS. It is not automatic, whereas legally speaking, complying with AFSEC regulation is ipso facto automatically legally equivalent, meaning you don't have to demonstrate anything. So this means that during the oversight with the authority and the discussion with the authority, you have at least to show that the elements required by Part IS are considered, and you can use compliance with NIS2 to show compliance with Part IS. Sorry to take this time and to have to make this rectification. Something went through our quality control, and I had to take immediate action. Now we can open the floor for questions. Should we start from the room? Yes. Okay. Stefan.
So NIS2 captured aircraft parts in production. ASD has put together a paper that from the intent of what NIS2 wants to achieve with, say, business resilience, is that actually we're better covered with Part IS. Part IS covers everything, but it's not been considered a lex specialis. The Polish councillor yesterday was actually stating that Poland, as part of the presidency, is intending to reduce administrative burden for NIS2. Is that something that we can maybe revisit, whether for manufacturers we can have Part S being lex specialis, because that would actually greatly simplify all of those different regulations and complexity that we have?
That would be our dream. But I think that the solution of lex specialis would be extremely difficult. We have tried very hard with the Commission they are opposing the fact that, legally speaking, the objectives of Part IS and NIS2 are different. And this means that there is no way to even start the conversation on lex specialis. This is what we have been told. Trust me, we have tried hard to have this conversation, and we ended up with this clarification, and there was no possibility to go ahead.
Well, that was the point that we made in the ASD paper for manufacturers, not for other organizations in aviation, is that from a NIS2, it's economic resilience, is protecting the economy of the EU, and its safety. In terms of economy of the EU, if we had a ransomware attack and we stopped producing for a month, the EU would not have an effect. I mean, it's a very different thing, very different discussion if you say we're not going to fly for a month. The impact, we've seen that with COVID, we've seen that with the volcano, much harder discussion. But in terms of manufacturing, we do not fit in well with it. And anything to do with safety that NIS2 covers, Part IS is a much better fit on how we deal with safety. So that's why we should really be a lex specialis for Part IS for manufacturers.
I 100% agree with you. However, this is what we have tried. But if you want to go ahead, please feel free. And if we are asked for an opinion, we will tell them Part IS is much better, and it offers a structured framework for addressing all the elements requested by NIS2 in a one management system. So really is something that for the time being is beyond our reach, but if through adequate legal actions like lobbying, you manage to open a door, it would be beneficial for everyone. Do we have other questions from the floor? Then we turn to Slido.
Okay, so let me start from the NIS 2 questions that we received. We received also some yesterday. Then the question is, here I will highlight it as well. If the industry is involved in the Part IS and the NIS aviation cybersecurity subgroup, no. The short answer is no. For the time being, it is only authorities, because you know that the Part IS task force consists only authorities, and then the same applies to the NIS cooperation groups, actually to the NIS aviation cybersecurity subgroup under the cooperation group. And it is not foreseen, at least for the NIS aviation cybersecurity subgroup, to have to include also members of the industry before we conclude the first, at least, part of the discussions. So this should be done by the end of the year or the beginning of this year. But the idea is that we will publish these best practices by perhaps the beginning of next year. Until that time, there will be no, let's say, involvement of the industry, at least within this group.
Let me give you a little of context. So in the directive, it is foreseen to have a NIS cooperation group where all member states cooperate. There are subgroups by technical domain, and the one for aviation is led by DG Move. Within DG Move, the unit in charge of cybersecurity is the security unit, not the safety unit that has overseen all the safety regulation that we have issued. We are in contact with them, but as they are in the lead, we need to also adapt to their modus operandi and the way they want to handle the thing. The subgroup where we discuss this equivalency of topics is a sign of the good collaboration we had with them, because we proposed it, we thought it would be useful, and now it is up and running. So do we have other questions?
Yes, we have one which concerns the NIS and Part IS mapping and when this is going to be made available. So I mentioned before the deadline for what we're doing in the NIST Aviation Cybersecurity subgroup. This is going to be, so we hope that the deliverables will be ready by the end of this year, and then those will be circulated to the authorities by next year. The mapping, a preliminary mapping, is already available based on the work that we have done in the Part IS task force under the workstream 3. However, we prefer not to share this mapping because we want to, let's say, take also not into account, but we need to incorporate the feedback from the other authorities and the Commission. So you can expect this mapping, if it is published, to be published by sometime next year. But again, the main deliverable will not be this mapping, which in the sense it makes a kind of a comparison between different requirements under NIS2 and Part IS and AFSEC, but instead, let's say, a short document with best practices on what the organization should be doing, organization that they have to comply with the 3 different pieces of legislation.
I'm always looking at you, otherwise we go ahead with Slido.
So then let me see also what we have received for the previous panel. Sorry. Okay. So let's see the most important ones. So there we have received quite a few questions about the assessment tool. So one question is, will operators have access to the assessment tool for self-assessment? Most important one.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's not sure so far. So at the moment, we are in a kind of a pilot or an alpha test phase, and we are thinking about to provide it in a way, as I said, as an open software. There is an idea to provide it on GitHub or any of these open source platforms. And it is, as we said, HTML, and Alexander Eckert is not talking any copyrights on what he did so far. And it can be developed by everybody. So I hope that there will be a community group in developing this tool together in a sense of community development as an open source software. This will be the idea, but how it will be provided, we will see.
Thank you.
Another question is, again, for the assessment tool. Is the assessment tool approved by all authorities? What if our authority doesn't take the output of the tool? Can the output be imported into other platforms?
I can answer myself, no.
Can it be to other tools? It's a kind of interface issue. As it is in HTML, it can produce an XML interface, and whatever what you're using, whatever commercial software you're using as an authority or internally, it can be transported. As we said, Alexander, he tried to get the kind of report out. So this is, as I said, it's HTML as an alpha test. It's just a taste how it could work. And I don't think it needs to be approved as a self-assessment. And if the authority is using the same tool, or they will share the tool like we have it, then it's there. So this is not the sense that they say, look, this is my tool, and they said I'm compliant. The authority will always check on your own side. Yeah. So this is your normal side. But change with your authority. If your authority is taking this tool, and I think we will go so far that we will get these tools to be developed, and then you say, okay, use it for self-assessment. But we will check it again as another.
Keep the microphone in case there are other questions.
Yes, there are. So, okay. Some questions are like where it is possible to download this Part IS assessment tool. So,
as we said, not at the moment. We are checking out the platform, but it will be. We're thinking about open source platforms like GitHub or something, but we have to check it. It is just a teaser.
And once the decision will be taken, we will publish the information on our cybersecurity community, which is the place where we post and publish all the information that can support implementation.
Yeah, but thank you for this very positive response. It was just a test. If this will be getting in the community being responded, as we see, there is a positive response, we will go forward.
Thanks a lot. So we also answered where to find this assessment tool. So, are there any questions from the audience? Perfect.
Morning. I have a question in regards to assessment tool in relation to present suitable operational and effective model. Do you intend each IS paragraph to be fully operational and effective, or some subparagraphs are only to be present and suitable?
As I said, it depends. It depends on the maturity of your system, as it is a maturity assessment tool. At the beginning, we expect to have it suitable, at least. Yeah? So we as an authority will expect you, if we go it for maturity, to have it at least suitable, because present is not, then you can take it from anybody else. So suitable would be the target for the first assessment of your ISMS, and then you should go for operative. If after one oversight cycle you won't get operative, I think we have strong talks and probably be findings. And then after getting operative, if it's effective, we see it after 1 or 2 oversight cycles, as it is normally be done by SMS. It's nothing different from ISMS. This is the way how we deal with it.
Yeah, and maybe David, you want to add something? You touched upon it yesterday.
Yeah, I believe what I can say is that we have linked activities. So the assessment tool is proceeding hand in hand with the other document that has been mentioned by Hortensia before. So which is a more paper-based document in order to provide guidance for the assessment and the present, suitable, operational, and effective. So I believe that we will have different tools, luckily all aligned, because we're working together. For those who are more confident with proceed with paper and the standard tick boxes, they can then use the document that will be provided at a certain point in time and probably also included in guidance. And for those that are more attracted by this digital tools, they can go for the online one.
Thank you. I think we have time for one last question before coffee break.
Just a simple one. It's mentioned yesterday in my conversation with Angelica as well, and just now the cybersecurity community. So if you can just mention for those who are not aware how to join the community so we can benefit.
Okay, so thank you for this question. By the end of this day, we will show you how you can, let's say, follow the community. But long story short, we have at EASA some external communities, as we call it, meaning that those are open to non-EASA people. So basically, the cybersecurity community, you can just simply follow it. There is no need to do anything else. You can follow the community, and the community that we are the ones maintaining that community has to do with cybersecurity and aviation, of course. And I can say that it is the most up-to-date channel that we are using. And this is also why before also Gian Andrea and Davide mentioned that when something is out from the Part IS task force, and I'm also replying now to some questions received by saying that, is published to the community. So it's easy to navigate. Again, we will show you a few things by the end of this presentation. But we have so far almost reached 6,000 members. And we have an interesting discussion between both experts but also enthusiasts in the field. So I would really suggest that you dedicate a couple of minutes and you search for it. And I believe that you will not be disappointed by the content. But even if you are, please let us know. So that is important that we also make the community better. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think we have now deserved a coffee. We will break for 15 minutes. Coffee will be served here in the main lobby. And for the colleagues online, we will resume at 11:30. Thank you. Okay. We need to start, otherwise we won't be able to keep our schedule. Continuing our exploration about what can be done to overcome the challenges, now we have a very interesting panels on how to build staff competence. I would like to introduce to you the moderator, my colleague Carl Specht. Now he's principal coordinator for organization approvals. Carl has been working for EASA for many years, and he is a truly aviation expert. Carl, over to you, and to introduce also your panelists.
Yeah, thank you, Gian Andrea. And first of all, good morning, everybody. Participants are still trickling in. A little disclaimer up front. As you can see on my shortened CV, my experience is aviation safety and only aviation safety. The only thing I know about cybersecurity is my daily exposure to cyber threats. When I open my emails, I get those phishing emails, spams, and so on. That's about how much I know about cybersecurity. But I have a panel of esteemed colleagues that have much more knowledge, and they will present individually on the subject of competence building, competence selection. There is a wide range, and I would like to start with Fabio Di Franco. He is with AESA, so our sister agency in cyber. He leads the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework, the ECSF, so he's the most suitable person to present today. He's aligning it with regulatory framework and EU politics. Over 15 years in public and private sectors, he develops cybersecurity skills across the EU through training and exercises. A master's and PhD in telecommunication engineering, and is a frequent speaker promoting talent in cybersecurity. So Fabio, please.
Thank you very much. I am the opposite of Carl. Carl knows everything about aviation. I know very little. I know only that now, in a few hours, I will take my flight back to Athens, where AESA is located. But I know a few stuff about cybersecurity because I'm working in AESA for 7 years. I'm in the capacity building unit, which work mainly doing trainings for member states. But now also for the last 2 years, 3 years, I am in charge of this European cybersecurity skill framework. And here there is a video for you.
The European Cybersecurity Skills Framework emphasizes the significance of establishing a common understanding of cybersecurity professional role profiles across Europe. It serves as a guide for the thorough understanding of the tasks, skills, and knowledge associated with each role, and thus, fosters the acknowledgement of cybersecurity expertise, bolsters the creation of tailored training programs, and facilitates seamless collaboration. The framework provides extensive insight of the requirements and responsibilities associated with 12 distinct cybersecurity profiles that include technical and managerial roles, operational positions, and compliance-focused ones. Every ECSF profile is organized around the workplace and the learning perspective. The first refers to the reasoning behind the profile, the expected deliverables, and typical tasks linked to each role, while the latter to the essential skills, knowledge, and competences required. This approach assures broad relevance at EU level, while also allowing for customization by both small and large organizations. Benefits for stakeholders. The ECSF ensures that everyone shares the same perspective of cybersecurity roles and skills, regardless of geographical and sector-specific barriers. It provides the basis on which organizations, educational institutions, and individuals can align their efforts and strategies, thereby promoting a stronger cybersecurity ecosystem.
Okay, we pause the video because it's too long and we need to give space to my esteemed colleagues. But you will find the video. If you Google ECSF and ESA, is probably the first reply from Google. So you will find it there. So, and I have a short presentation presenting a bit why it is important skills. Because cybersecurity skills are important because you have to comply to several regulations. And we have done some work in explaining that cybersecurity is a multidisciplinary topic which need different expertise. And for this, I invite you to change the slide and go to these 12 profiles which are shown in the video, which they might be aggregated together, but have a different skill set, different priority, and a different aspect of the deliverable. So from one side, you need someone who is able to define strategy in cybersecurity, maybe combined with safety. You also, thank you. You need someone who is probably in case of the incident, there is a reporting obligation in NIS2, and someone need to report to the authority. There are legal and policy compliance activity. There is architecture staff, auditor. This framework is independent from the sector. But the idea is, where is it? Sorry. Not sure. The idea is that we created a framework. Each profile looks like this. There is a profile title, there is alternative title, and there is a summary statement which describes what this role does. There is a mission, what are the expected deliverables, main task, key skills, key knowledge, any competencies. These competencies are standards for competencies in the IT world. So it's different, but because cybersecurity typically is inserted under IT domain, it's important to cross-correlate IT and cybersecurity. All these elements are adaptable. We expect each organization adapt to their business need. This is a standard reference framework and need an adaptation to be contextualized. So there are two perspectives as you see in the video. And here I did a bit of a mapping between the part IS and what I think could be the role that could apply this requirement. For establish a policy on information security, identify and review information security risk, and define and implement information security risk treatment measure, we think that one profile which in some way combine two roles, the Chief Information Security Officer, which is a strategy element, a risk manager who is conducting the risk assessment, identify the risk treatment measures, maybe in a medium-sized organization is okay, because we have also this problem, like for NIS2, not all organizations are huge, big, they can afford to have 12 roles or more. They need to integrate in one job position, different role, a different scope. And also for the incident responder, who is the person who is in charge for detection, response, and recovery for us is the cyber incident responder. And please go, and I have the only last slide. So what we have done in collaboration with the private sector, they have mapped their own certifications with this European cybersecurity skill framework. So these are 5 international recognized cybersecurity certification, and they are able to map to each of these roles. And the benefit, if you click at the last, the benefit that I see of this private-public collaboration is that individual can identify the relevant certification to enhance their career perspective, but also organization can leverage this mapping to create a structure, upskilling and reskilling, because you have also people coming from different sectors that might join either cybersecurity or the aviation sector, depends how you, or a company which has the two elements. And so you need this upskilling. And I conclude this presentation. Sorry for being too long. I give it the floor.
Yeah, Fabio, thank you very much. I believe it is a great insight, and also thanks for providing the link to ENISA's framework, because not only is it useful for organizations when you want to hire people, issue vacancy notices, you can make reference to that, you can use the terminology in order to ensure you get the right people that you need for the right task. Also for cyber or IT specialists, it's very important to be aware of this, to have the right path in the career to upskill. And those certification bodies certainly can be a reference if you are looking for qualified staff. Without further ado, then to the next presenter, because that was ENISA, and now we have our colleagues from competent authorities. First one is David. David Nieto is Director of Airports and Aviation Security at AESA, Spanish authority, since 2018. He oversees AFSEC and cybersecurity frameworks in Spanish aviation. Extensive experience in safety, security, and certification. He also moderates the ECAC cybersecurity study group. So it's more a mixture of skills from my side and Fabio's. David has a background in aeronautical engineering, master's degree in cybersecurity, and master's degree in leadership public administration. David, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. Yesterday we started the presentations with Angeliki's slides, and we were told that cybersecurity is sometimes considered as a monster, and we have some concern to approach to this monster. So I would like to provide you with a quick overview on how we are addressing the staff competence building at my organization as a Spanish Civil Aviation Safety and Security Agency. So first of all, a quick context information. So first question, where do we come from? It's important to take into account that cybersecurity historically is not an area of expertise of national aviation authorities. So that's what we come from. It's also true, my apologies. It's also true that for us, it makes no sense to think of a team composed of super expert on cybersecurity at 100%. Not only because it is not affordable for the public sector. We know that recruiting cybersecurity specialists is challenging for everyone, but believe me that it's even more challenging for the public sector. But it's also true that we are thinking of a mixture of cybersecurity expertise, safety, and security. And it's also true that even though we could afford to recruit such a big quantity of super cyber experts, there is not availability in the market. So that the reality is what it is. So where do we want to go? We need to incorporate a transversal vision on cybersecurity to our current existing safety inspectors. So we have a team composed of safety inspectors in all EASA domains with huge expertise on the oversight of safety management system. And we understand Part IS as a big opportunity to incorporate a new dimension on how we look into safety. So we need to incorporate a new dimension dealing with how the information security risk can have an effect on cybersecurity, on safety, sorry. So that's basically our aim, that's basically our objective. So which are the ingredients that we have at home to build that? So as I mentioned, we have a team composed of experts on safety, on the different domains. We have a team of experts on aviation security, which is also under our remit. And we have experts on IT, because as far as our own system as NSA is concerned, we are also responsible for the implementation of national standards related to information security system. So we have to combine all this expertise just to generate what we are being asked in order to implement part IS. But I repeat, at the end of the day, for me, it's a matter of incorporating a new dimension on the traditional vision or side that we have on safety. Okay. I'm being hacked. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. So just a pragmatic approach on how we are trying to build that competence. Take also into account that there is not a single way to build that. So in order to decide what model is best for your organization, and that's applicable for authorities, for any organization in the private sector, it's important to know where do you come from and which kind of competence do you already have. So basically what we are trying is to use the trainer of trainers concept. So basically we are nominating focal points for each EASA domain, which and this would be our first trainers, and we will use that people to train the rest of our safety inspectors in the different EASA domains. So this is a slide showing the different stages that we are following in order to implement the staff competence plans and how we are progressing. As I mentioned, the first one is an appointment of first trainers from the different EASA domains. We have an stage 2, and in this stage 2, we are training these first trainers with some theoretical training. We have already accomplished this stage. So which kind of training we are addressing here? As a mandatory courses, we are providing our inspector, our focal points, a basic cybersecurity training and an introduction to the ISO 27001. So for us, it's very important that this group of inspector of focal points have knowledge on the practical issues of an implementation of an ISMS. And as a recommended training, we are also providing them a course on social engineering and a course on management of cyber crisis. So it's also important to mention that 3 training courses out of these 4 that I'm mentioning are being provided by our National Agency for Cybersecurity. So it's easy for us. We have an agreement with them, and it's a quite flexible training, very practical for our inspectors. So when it comes to staff competence, it's important to consider that we are learning with you. We are all in a learning curve, in a learning process, And we as an authority, we are learning from you, from the industry. So that's why stage 3, we have, we are going to address stage 3 as a very practical stage, just to go through pilot projects with our industry. So the idea it is that our trainers, these focal points by domain, can go to the sector, to the companies, to the organization, to make pilot projects, just to feel how the sector is implementing the part IS and which kind of challenges, which kind of problems are raising. So with this stage 3, we will be able to jump on stage number 4, and we will develop content for an internal training course in which we will train the rest of our inspectors. So we will need all the training that we have provided so far and the practical experience that we will gain with the pilot projects stage. So basically, we are thinking on around of 3 days training, 2 days or 12 hours. It will be a very generic content, and the third day will be very practical and very focused on the different EASA domains. And in stage 5, we will provide the training to the rest of inspectors. So it's only important to consider that eventually this training will be more and more mature as we gain experience for the pilot projects and for the continuous oversight that we will do of the part IS. But for the time being, we just need to let it burn, and eventually, as we gain maturity, we think or we consider that this training will be gaining more and more experience. So, as I mentioned before, that's not the only way to build a house. It's what we think that can best fit on our model for the kind of knowledge that we have. And as you can see now, there are some other ways, some other examples to build that competence. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And yeah, in the interest of time, we jump right into the next presenter. Patrick Spelt is Head of Cybersecurity Supervision at the Human Environment and Transport Inspectorate of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management in the Netherlands. Quite an interesting title. He's deeply involved in the cybersecurity oversight for critical infrastructure sectors like maritime, rail, and aviation. Patrick has previously held key IT and risk management role in the financial sector. So a different perspective.
So let's see if my little presenter didn't work. Awesome. I still want to show this picture. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to elaborate a little bit more on staff competence building from our perspective. First, I would like to start off with explaining a little bit about our organization, because that's the main reason why we organized it the way we are planning to do so. And that's something I will talk to you about today. First, I'm not sure if you can read it. This is our Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. We have a minister and a state secretary, and we are part of the oversight part of the ministry, and we are called the Human Environment and Transport Inspectorate. We have an Inspector General who's called Matthäus Wassenaar, and we have several directors, and one of the directors is, it's a little bit hard to read, Supervisor and Investigation Service. That's the main department that we are in. This is the organization of our inspection. We have several teams working here. I've highlighted 3 of them because those are the departments that we currently work in. On the right-hand side, you see the teams that are actually in there, and it has something to do with oversight. It's lacking a T, I see. And we have our CAA coordination office. And on the right-hand side, you see railway and civil aviation licensing teams. And on the lower part of the right-hand side, you see our team, which is the cybersecurity surveillance team. We currently consist of 17 FTE, and I will talk about that later on a little bit more. So you see we have different teams working together, mainly on the safety part, and the security part will be added to that. And that's something that's new for our organization, and we're currently preparing that. And we're working hard together to get to know each other, because we all have different backgrounds. As you can imagine, safety background or security background is quite different. And we work also not only for the aviation sectors, but also for the maritime, rail, and even drinking water, which was not mentioned yet, but that's also one of our responsibilities for oversight. This is our team. We currently consist of 17 FTE. We have cybersecurity inspectors, currently 12 FTE. We have a coordinating advisor, who's also here, it's Patrick. And we have coordinating inspectors who draw up inspection plans. In our current, we are currently already working in cybersecurity with the NIS1. In Dutch, we have the WBNI, which is the current law, which will be replaced with the new law, of course, as the transposition of the NIS2 will take place. I heard the question, when will it be in all member states? For us, probably next year, 3rd quarter, maybe. We still are working on the administrative law, which takes up lots of time to elaborate more on the Cybersecurity Act. That's just taking a lot of time to work together. And of course, we have some support teams. We have an HR a colleague. We have legal, data, also control, financial control, communication and press services, and of course, networking. And networking is not the technical part of networking, but it's us working together with the legislation departments and working together with our political, like the minister and the state secretary. Right, let's move on. Staff competence building is a huge list. Our inspectors are already trained. They are working on their curriculum continuously. We have generic trainings that we do, has everything to do with being an inspector, cybersecurity inspector. You need to know about the law, you need to know about how to communicate effectively, how to write reports effectively, and also something to do with law and digital technologies. So you need to have a firm background in general. And then specifically, we try to train our inspectors on IT and OT. So there are several courses that they can follow there based on their background, based on their experience. We try to make them be as broad as possible regarding to knowledge. And of course, it always helps on the right-hand side that they are certified. If you're certified, that also shows your experience and your theoretical background, which is very helpful. It's a huge list. We don't expect all inspectors to have all of the trainings. That's a little bit hard to do. But we do see that if we conduct inspections, that we have a team of 2 or 3, and we try to combine IT, OT knowledge together based on the type of inspection that we conduct. And so we have different backgrounds, different knowledge combined into a small team of 2 or 3 to conduct these investigations and inspections. Right. So to be really competent, we see that our department is currently working already in aviation oversight, but we need to work together with the teams from aviation oversight and the licensing teams. That's something that we're currently setting up. That's still ongoing. We need to work on that much more. We will set up a project for that to intensify our cooperation. And yeah, that's something we really need to do to be really competent. So we will join forces together. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for the insights in the Dutch approach to the competence building. I found it very, very interesting and like a role model we are also contemplating at EASA. Yeah, without further ado, last not least, we have a representative from the Swiss authority, FOCA. Christoph Snyder is cybersecurity coordinator at FOCA in Switzerland, responsible for strategy, certification, and EASA Part IS implementation, last not least, with representation in national international bodies. He has over 20 years experience and held various roles as software engineer, security engineer, and product cybersecurity expert. Christoph, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot, EASA, for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here, but it's more a pleasure to see that the different pieces and elements of the implementation of Part IS comes now more or less together and forms a more visible picture or puzzle, as to say. I would like to. Everybody is struggling with the remote control. Oh. I would like to spend a few minutes to talk about the way of CAA Switzerland or FOCA we are pursuing in terms of building up competences and resource allocation. Because we have new tasks. There is even a new discipline as it pertains to aviation safety. Cybersecurity is still fairly new. And that translates at the end to workforce, more workforce, and workforce with the appropriate skills and qualification in order to do the job appropriately. We run since March 2023 a Part IS implementation project. And during 2023, we did an extensive study also in terms of how much work in addition to the actual oversight we expect when a Part IS becomes applicable, and what kind of competencies we need to do the job. And another big issue was acquiring the workforce and where to locate it in the organizational structure. So within this study, there were different variants being discussed with pros and cons, since it's not so easy to have an already determined section or department to locate the people, since this applies to different departments and sections. It's a horizontal regulation. What you see is, you don't need to read the org chart, but I would quickly tell this the way we are pursuing. By the way, maybe worth to notice, be advised, I'm not talking about the correct or the right way. I'm talking about our way, which we believe it's going to be successful at the end. We are at the beginning of this journey. The senior management has decided to form a subject matter expert group called Information Security, which serves the different safety section responsible for their approvals in terms of the knowledge in information security, in terms of assessing compliance of the organizations regarding Part IS. There were different variants to be discussed. Maybe the individual persons could be located directly in the respective section. There are definitely advantages. I think it was a smart move from the senior management to decide that this subject matter expert group at the end would consist of 5 persons to be located in the AFSEC section. Why that? We already do for a long time, for many years, IT security audits under the AFSEC regulation, and particularly under the National Aviation Security Program, which has a very detailed and dedicated chapter regarding IT security. And the smart move, I think it is, as we heard yesterday, to bridge the gap, safety and security. So in the org chart, we are located in the AFSEC, surfing, but cross-functional, the different safety sections to accomplish their task in oversight and certification for their approvals. The main responsibilities will still remain in the different safety sections. At the same time, this SME group will also be responsible for further oversight of the AFSEC regulation 2019-5083 and the National Aviation Security Program. And as you heard today, there are similarities and there are provisions which can be seen as already compliant. So that makes the life for the oversight of the CAA much easier. A big advantage of the CAA Switzerland is that it's all in-house. We oversee safety and we oversee security. So it's just divided in the organizational structure, but under the same roof. So there's not a different department or ministry. So the coordination effort is still there. I'm not saying that's easy, but it's definitely easier to accomplish than when other institutions, even geographically far away located, needs to coordinate with each other. We strive in this year, it has started in August, and we are now 2 persons in this specialized group, and we would like to ramp it up until 2026, up to 5 persons. We should also not forget that these are not the only 2 regulations which contains information security requirements. We should not forget the use-based service provider 664 regulation, which also has some sort of information security provisions to be overseen in the certification process. And they will also fall under Part IS later on. So that's also something this group will assist the respective section and department in doing certification and oversight. In the end, this Part IS implementation project is a change project. It's a big change because it affects a majority of the different oversight sections. This screenshot is just taken out one, let's say, one work package or one aspect of the project, and it's about people. It outlines a little bit the structure. We came from task, and I think it's most important for the first step in order to determine the required qualification is what kind of additional task do I have in my organization? So for us as a regulator, it's definitely certification and oversight regarding the information security, regarding different regulations of information security requirement. And also, that's also something prominent, is we will receive more reports in the future because there is the 230, which I believe 230, which has the external external reporting requirement from the organization. So somehow those reports need to be handled. It does not make sense just to report for the will of report. So we need to have a kind of a process to further process those information, to drive statistic, to analyze the safety impact of those reports in order to learn more and from those reports. There are new roles in the organization. We call it at the moment Inspector Information Security, but we also mentioned we also titled the role as Cybersecurity Expert, which he or her task is then also to do oversight. What I previously said, we did a workload estimation, and Ideally, it would result in many more FTEs than we can acquire, but due to constraints and budget shortages and other limitations, I'm convinced that also with the maximum establishment of 5 FTEs, we can still do quite a lot. We have roughly 230 organizations in Switzerland falling under Part IS. This is theoretically subtracted the ones who are exclusively operating with ELA 2. Some certain organization will probably apply for a derogation, but still at the end it will result in, I would say, 180, 200 organizations to be regularly overseen also in regard to Part IS. The upskilling strategy is twofold. On one hand, we need to enable our existing inspectors, and I'm particularly talking about the safety management system inspectors, up to a certain level regarding Part IS. That could be generic information about an ISMS. That could be more awareness in cybersecurity about the threats, about the impact on the IT side, while the inspector has the knowledge of the impact on the aviation side. So that's a hand in hand. And we do an upskilling plan for the workforce of the new SME group, because we probably will not find a candidate who brings all the required expectation and expertise already from day zero to the office. So with that said, there are 2 paths to pursue regarding training: existing inspectors up to a certain level, and to close the gap for the new persons we will acquire. Before I close, maybe just to mention one important thing. This subject matter expert group should be diverse. We are not looking for all of the 5 people to be very keen on Kali Linux, hacking all day with their hoodie on. No, as the task force also consists of different expertise. We have legal background, we have cybersecurity expert, we have compliance and safety expert. This SME group should also consist of various expertise, but all in all in the context of information security. What we use in order to determine the right qualification, and I do not want to duplicate what Fabio already said, but we extensively consulted the ECSF, the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework, in order to cross-check if our assumption in desired qualification is right, and also to derive data from it. Worth to mention is also that EASA had run an initiative together with ENISA to adopt this framework, or at least a breakout deliverable of that framework, and particularly tailored it to aviation, information security, particularly to Part IS. And this deliverable, you can also download it for free at the EASA cybersecurity community, if I'm not mistaken. Last but not least, it's probably also worth to mention that on the other side of the ocean, there is an equivalent. It's the NICE framework. Of course, it consists more roles. It's more than probably 57 roles rather than 12 roles in the Europe. But it's also good to have it's also free, it's open source to download and also to cross-check. It has the same objective: to standardize cybersecurity workforce and to get an idea about the tasks, skills, and the required competences. I think with that said, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think the last one closes nicely the loop with the first presentation, bringing us back to ENISA. Davide, how do you want to proceed? You want to do your presentation, or shall we take the first round of questions?
Well, I think you can go with the panel, and I will close with the presentation afterwards.
Okay, then as we have all of you live on stage, ready to take questions, for me, there was a lot of takeaway, mainly that it is not a right or wrong way towards competence and to build competence in an organization. I guess it's fair to assume that also in the audience, in industry, we have representatives from small, medium, large organizations. And for each one of them, it's a different approach. Similar to you guys, it's either recruitment or upskilling or a combination of the two. If I go back to the first presenter and to AESA, how would you say when you go and want to recruit and you want to publish a vacancy notice, what would be key elements to attract the right people? I mean, attracting the right people most probably is easier for industry than for authorities. You mentioned it. It's difficult for the public sector to compete with industry when it comes to recruitment. So, but maybe to give a few tips for a public, a private sector vacancy notice.
Yes. Thank you for the question. And in this context, the work that we have done with the European Cybersecurity Framework is helpful because standardized in some way the profession. And we created 12 profile because I consider that cybersecurity is very multidisciplinary. It's very difficult to find a unicorn which will cover all the role. On the other side, other standards create one generalist profile which cover everything, but is sometimes depend what you have to do and what will be the impact that will. So I do the analogy with the medical profession. You don't go to the general practitioner when you have something really that an impactful, something that has huge consequence. You go to a specialist. And the same is in cybersecurity. Depend on your risk assessment and also the obligation that you have. You need specialized people. Also, you have other domain. You have a safety. You have a specific domain of aviation. So a private sector or a public sector need to combine these two elements together because these two elements are related, or it can be a team, a multidisciplinary team that work together. And this we see often in the private sector working quite well with complementary expertise. And this is my suggestion.
Yeah, I guess the main point here is it depends a lot on the size and complexity of your own organization, which way to go, whether you can afford to build a large team with the required competences inside the team, or whether you have to build the unicorn, I believe, because this is what smaller organizations will be facing. They cannot afford to hire dedicated experts for each niche of cybersecurity, so they will have to take their aviation experts and upskill them. In that respect, I found the list of specialized trainings presented by Patrick very informative and very interesting. How did you come up with this list of trainings and competencies?
Yes, thank you. Good question. We set up this team about 3 years ago with the introduction of NIS1. And we just got together with the whole team and we already were conducting inspections and we found out that we were missing stuff. And for instance, it's very good to start with a 27001 ISO lead auditor training, just to have the basics of how you conduct a good inspection, a good audit. And of course, you need to add, and we kept adding stuff that we were missing out in daily practice. And that was definitely helpful. And at some point, it led to this list, which is quite extensive, I agree. But at some point, it keeps growing, and we just by practice noticed what we need again, and then we just add it to the list, and sometimes we just deduct it from the list if less necessary, of course.
Yeah, speaking about our training, I believe in every organization there is a need not only to build the cyber experts, the cyber profile, but let's not forget the main business of all organizations in the room is to produce, to maintain, to operate something related to aviation. And so the majority of the people working are aviation experts. And I found Fabio's approach in AESA quite interesting to say, okay, we have a core group, but still we also do the train the trainer. And we can then, in a modular approach, saying, okay, we have those experts, but then for the rest of the employees, at least you get a basic skill set. So what, let's say, for you is the key there to have trained the trainer in-house?
Okay, thank you for the question. For me, there is something very important to consider, and it's that, and please correct me, the expert from EASA if I'm wrong. If you look closely, the EASA Part IF regulation, you will not see a single IT control. So implementation of Part IS is about governance, information security management system, risk assessment, key personnel, incident reporting. So what we does it mean that we do not need a super expert on cybersecurity? Absolutely not. Our approach considers that we can leverage this expertise from the existing expertise that we have within our IT team in the organization, but you will not need such a deep expertise in all cases, because for a regular oversight on a daily basis, at least to start to break the ice, we consider that it will be enough upgrading the skills of our current existing safety inspectors.
Thank you for that. Christoph, you mentioned that in FOCA you applied change management process. I think it's a great approach. I believe this is the way to go in order to tackle this challenge. What did you experience? Did you form a small team to deal with that, or did you already start on a larger scale within the organization? Because it affects more than just the aviation safety part of FOCA. It's also the FSEC team or whatever. How did you do that?
Well, we started by integrating our change management process, onboarded it in the PARDIAS implementation project. So that's an integral part of the project, with regular updates of the change to evaluate how does this change, this implementation affects the different section and persons, and what kind of processes of our process management system will be affected. That's not a one-time shot. That's an ongoing process with regular updates until this project will be finalized. May I just answer to what David said, because it's burning. The rule, I would like to say something about the rule very quickly. It's true that the rule does not say anything about IT security and about the controls. That's true. And it's probably also correct for the initial 2 maturity phases, present and suitable. But I think, or this is our understanding at FOCA, that an auditor and an inspector should definitely be able to talk to an IT security expert at the same level with the same language. So I think we strive also for the competencies to have network security capabilities and knowledge, and that we know what a firewall configuration is, that we have some understanding of intrusion detection systems. Also on the technical side, we all understand cybersecurity is not an IT security thing. We all understand, but IT security is an integral part of cybersecurity. So I think it's not only about processes and people and formalized procedures. It's also, especially for the more riskier, let's say, organization which faces more risk towards aviation safety, it's definitely worth to go also to be able to go deeper in inspection and auditing.
Thank you for that. I can only confirm the thing about the languages. When I joined the task force about a year ago, I had to learn a lot of things because I wasn't understanding anything at all. So it is a challenge for aviation safety people to be able to understand and also then to transpose those messages and take the right conclusions. With that, having finalized, let's say, the first round of discussions, I guess we will have some questions. So I would first of all thank all the participants to the panel, and I think a round of applause is in order. And with that, either, Vasily, we have questions in the chat or questions in the room.
We do have some questions, but looking at the time, I would suggest that we take the questions all as a larger bunch at the end, because also the topic of Davide is quite, let's say, similar. So let's continue then with Davide, and then we collect all the questions at the end.
And we'll leave the speakers here.
Okay. Yes, I think the panel can stay because then question will be directed either to you or to Davide. Let me introduce you the last presenter of the day, not the least. Davide is another one of our senior cybersecurity experts here at EASA. He joined EASA already in several years ago. He has been one of the initial group of people working on Part IS, and he is currently the person in charge of maintaining ANC and GM. So, and also is coordinating all the pilot projects. On top of that, he is one of the two people behind everything that has happened in these 2 days. So, Davide, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Was too much about me. I would like to provide you now with a vertical insight in this ECSF adaptation to aviation or to Part IS roles. It has been already mentioned in a couple of slides of the previous presenters, so they made my life easier and anticipated a couple of elements that I present here. So one recap of what has been said yesterday. The personal requirements, the OR 240 for the organizations are a cornerstone, an important piece for Part IS regulation. We stressed this yesterday very, very much. They have to be considered alongside the risk assessment for the trustworthiness elements and the other aspect that is covered in the requirement is the competence, as my colleague Angeliki has also presented in the presentation, introductory presentation. And she also talked about this theoretical mapping between the tasks, the competencies, and the ability and the resources. It was the best outcome at the time when we developed MCGM after several discussions. So I would like to give you a little background. Initially, we went for a description of roles, but then it has been, say, commented by several participants in this MCGM drafting that not all the organizations have the same number of people, the same roles. Okay, there is this concept that the person can have multiple hats, no? So being at the same time one role and the other, but it was not very clear. So we thought that it would have been better to describe the tasks that are basically in the requirements of Part IS. So in a more verbose way, we put them in a table and we map them to competencies. At the time of redaction of the MCGM, the best reference was the NIST CSF. That is, I would say, a US conceived and developed a framework for cybersecurity. Version 1.1 has a meaning because it was also used as a reference for another development within ECAC that has produced, say, a mapping of competencies of information security, cybersecurity skills for aviation professional, later used in an ICAO paper and now, let's say, available at ICAO. So there was a certain matching at that point in time. And I think it's still valid. The NIST, the CSF, the 1.1 version provides several skills and in description which makes sense. So the idea was to explain a little bit more into details in technicalities what was expected for a person in order to cope with a certain task. And then the map to people is up to the organization. So it is not really into the regulation clearly described or the MCA and GM. It is suggested that if you go that way, whatever structure you have, you can map these tasks to the competencies and to the people. But then came, well, this is, of course, anticipating a bit the discussion that we have, that the ECSF from ENISA came later and helped us to answer to two of these, say, questions or concerns. When you have lack of competencies, what can you do? So one solution is the upskilling, and the upskilling requires a gap analysis, as it has been already touched, or recruitment. So if you do not really have people that can be upskilled in a reasonable time, you have to access to the market. And in this case, a job profile is needed. Now, this is, I would say, a bit ironic here, but consider the time. I think so it can be accepted. The job description that I come across sometimes are far too be realistic and sometimes, say, resemble something like that. No? So you are basically searching someone, it's the unicorn, but for real, no? And they typically are accompanied by others qualification that, well, I found difficult to digest. Again, because they tend to describe this famous unicorn and further. So I understand that when the market is approached for certain professionals, probably the job description goes through the different departments, the different experts and different people. They want to put the bit of its own element, biases, desires, but it simply doesn't work. And the effect that you obtain is this one. So the post stays there in LinkedIn, in whatever communication channel is available for you to go on the market, and you receive few, say, applications, and maybe, say, even completely out of scope because the job description was off focus. But then, what is the solution? And now we can come back to this famous ECSF. And I'm so pleased that finally ENISA published a document as such, because as soon as it was published, I started to read it and analyze it in all the details, and I found it very, very useful for each and every organization that has to recruit a person, has to describe competencies. And then I started to think about the connection with Part IS. The exercise was basically carried out analyzing both the requirements that explicitly ask for one role in the organization, or also for what could be, I would say, a role that emerges from the tasks, the responsibilities that are required in order to implement Part IS. So I didn't really want to go back to the approach of the roles that was, I would say, pushed back by the group. The approach with the tasks and the possible roles still remain valid. But here it's, I would say, another key to read, particularly if you really need to recruit people and you have to establish new role. And in my view, in our view, because then this analysis was extended to colleagues, there are matchings between the roles that are described, certain roles that are described in the ECSF and what is asked by Part IS. And one was already mentioned by Fabio. The Chief Information Security Officer is a person that has to develop cybersecurity strategy and policies, and this could be the responsible person in Part IS. The common responsible person, or the person that is delegated with the duties to draft this strategy and policies, as well as the legal and policy and compliance officer is the compliance monitoring function, the people that is working there, the compliance manager, or the person that is appointed for checking compliance against Part IS. The cyber security auditor, again, it enters into this team of compliance monitoring, or it could also be seen like an auditor. The risk manager, it goes without saying, I believe there's a one-to-one matching with a shadow role of Part IS, the person who's responsible to perform the risk assessment, or the team that is composed with this person in the role. For what concerns the cybersecurity implementer, this is a very shadow role in Part IS, but I cannot think of organizations or competent authorities that will not have to implement something practically. So a practitioner is required. So there, although it's that there are no specific role, it is expected. And last but not least, the cyber incident responder. Again, here we have a perfect match with Part IS in order to satisfy the requirements of detect, response, and recovery. So it's one of the appointed person that is expected in the roles or in the delegations that are given by the accountable manager to the team. And then with another view provided by ENISA, Part IS matches these roles that are basically here presented in a different way, where we have the line of defense. It makes also, I would say, more sense here to see the role of cybersecurity implementer and probably the architect needed. But again, focusing on what is more clear and evident in the Part IS regulation, the cyber incident responder, the chief information security officer, the cyber legal policy and compliance officer, the auditor, and the risk manager are roles described in ECSF that can be of a lot of inspiration for our job description and for what we are looking on the market. The matching has been done, and the analysis has been done in terms of expected outcome. However, so the document that I presented, it focuses on the expected outcome of the roles in order to establish the match. We didn't go further into, let's say, the thorough analysis of the competencies. And for the time being, there are no, say, adaptation to the competencies proposed. Because in general, and this is very evident if you go through the document, what is required is that at a certain point, this person will have, I would say, a bit of safety view in each and every activity that performs. But in order to access to the market, probably you can go with these competencies and you will have already, I would say, an eye matching with the expected activities of the person. And then, like I said, this safety flavor can be part of the upskilling or it will come by just participating to the activities of the organization. Here are a couple of examples of what has been done in the adaptation. So as you see here, we didn't change that much with respect to the CISO role, but we added this emphasis on operational safety. And on the main tasks, again, adding, well, it's very verbose, but a text about safety perspective for the role. So that's for the organization, mainly for the organization. But then the approach is also valid for the authority, and we developed something also for them. The authorities have two roles when it comes to Part IS: to implement Part IS within their organization, and also to oversee other the organizations out there, and then population of the authority can then be divided into when it comes to Part IS, the inspectors that has to perform oversight, and the person in the authority that has to implement, monitor the ISMS under Part IS, but probably also other requirements that are coming for the authorities, like the NIS2 or information security regulation. So the authority then has to search on the market different roles or train to different kind of, let's say, population. Probably for the internal readiness with Part IS, they have to, I would say, find for more implementer, whereas for the oversight activities, and that was extensively covered in the presentation, prepare these inspectors for this kind of safety and information security oversight tasks. Now, for the internal activities, so compliance to Part IS, there is a bespoke table for authorities. There is this one, but not that different. We have in the authority the person with the authority to implement Part IS that should have CISO level competencies, and then the auditing and compliance internal auditing and compliance goes with the cyber legal and cybersecurity auditor. And then there might be the authority as well, delegated roles for the risk management and incident response. Consider that there could be also outsourced roles. So that's the comparison with respect to the organization, and they're pretty close. When it comes to the oversight, I will go quickly through it and leaving space for the question then, because it has been covered. For those few authorities not part of the task force, it might be useful to know that EASA and the competent authorities developed competence objectives for inspectors. So there are certain competence objectives mapped to the requirements that need to be overseen. And we have exchanged this document. I believe that, well, now it's out for more than 1 year. So it has been considered also for the development of the training within the authorities for the training for inspectors. So if you represent an authority, if you would like to have access to that, you're welcome. You can receive this document, and what it contains is, say, statement like that. So what is, for instance, expected for an inspector to check, and therefore what is the ability required for that inspector when it comes to verifying compliance to the requirements that are linked to this competence. So with all of that, I close my presentation slides, and we open the Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you, Davide. And thank you, panelists. I know that some of the panelists have commitments, so before starting the Q&A, if you need to catch a train or catch a flight, feel free to go. Yeah. Good. Let's start from the room. If there are any questions from the room, otherwise we go on Slido. Coming to you. Please keep your hand raised for navigation purposes. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mario Panipucci, security manager of Alidaunia Helicopter Air Operator in Italy. My question is, from the perspective of an air operator, a small or a medium air operator, is there any professional figure that you suggest hire, especially on the first line of defense, as we saw on the slide? Thank you.
Right. We suggest a role as the incident responder. And maybe Fabio has more exposure at this point in time to medium, small enterprises. Would you add?
Yes. Okay. First, this is a business decision, but what you have to think, what this person has to do, what the deliverables are expected. So typically when this is the brainstorming that the management has to do. This person that I need to hire need to do A, B, and C. Then our process is, okay, let's compare this deliverable with what we have in the ECSF, because there is deliverable and task. Then you can combine eventually different roles, not so many, because also the line of defense that are there come from the financial institution, where you have the third line of defense is the internal control, is the auditor. Each organization should have someone who check that certain limitations, certain boundaries are respected. Then the second line of defense is who oversee compliance, define strategy and policy. And the first line of defense is who implement physically, define architecture. This, I think, is valid for any kind of organization. So for my side is, I'm not familiar with aviation, but the first is a business decision, and the management has to understand how I comply with this, what I should do. So define task and deliverables, and then use the ECSF as a guideline to define how combine this role.
Thank you. Any other question from the room? Then we can move to Slido.
Sure. So we have a few. So we have one question from John. This is towards Davide. I understand ASA Part IS is based on, as Davide, you mentioned, NIST CSF version 1.1 and NIST SP800-53 R4. The NIST CSF is now at version 2, and the NIST SP800-53 is at the new, let's say, it's at R5. So the question is there any plan to make any updates to Part IS? I understand this concerns the MC and GM.
Honestly, not in that direction, because now that we have an European framework, we will go for that. So maybe answering or adding a bit to the previous question, we would like to introduce this analysis that have been done, the comparison between the ECSF and Part IS roles in the new version of MC and GM. It will be more guidance, of course, in order to help organization also to identify the roles within the CSF. And maybe we can go a bit more, not deeper lateral, I would say, in order to consider the perspective of the big organization or the medium and small one, combining profiles, linking the tasks, because those are basically the link that we established before, like I said, the task with the NIST CSF, now linking this task with the ECSF, probably with the support of AESA.
Let me add this, because I heard today, okay, that, I mean, I know that many companies are also in scope of an institute, and we are working. We have also prepared guidelines for organization who need to comply with the NIS2 on which roles are needed and how each role will be mapped to tasks that are coming from NIS2. So this is ongoing, and soon in the next few months it will be published.
Thank you. Another question regards with the soft skills. So what about the soft skills required for Part IS? I understand that the question asks if those are covered by the ECSF and its adaptation to aviation.
Yeah, probably Fabio knows all the details about that, but to my memory, yes, they are covered.
Yes, ECSF mentioned briefly the most important soft skill required for their role. But remember, ECSF is not prescriptive, it's a guideline, so highlight, you can add, because everyone talk about communication, but what does it mean the communication? Writing communication, everyone has to write, at which level? So there are, for us, we only prioritize what we think is the most important. Obviously, if you are a CISO, you have to talk with the senior management, so it's a different also level of communication that you need.
Thank you. So another question is, what would you recommend to small companies, how they should build up competency, considering they can afford a full-time cybersecurity inspector? I would change it to say, let's say, personnel, dedicated personnel.
Okay, here we are entering, say, business decisions. Again, in Part IS, there are different tools. One of them could be also outsourcing certain activities. So when it comes to defining the team, we touched this upskilling, we touch also the recruitment. The recruitment can also be seen as, let's say, contracting. So I guess it is up to you to decide which direction to take. And again, the fallback are the tasks. It has been repeated. I know it has been already said, it's an engineering approach to HR, but it's definitely the best say approach we found. So identifying what needs to be done and trying to map to people. And if this mapping doesn't work because you do not have people or someone that can easily upskilled, probably again as a medium or small enterprise, you may want to associate certain tasks and consider contracting. We have already spoke in other workshop that there is it is understood there is an economical impact. So we are trying also to explain what is the bare minimum activities that are required for the small and medium enterprises. And this is part, again, of the task force activity. So everything is connected here.
Thank you. David, in the meantime, are there any other questions from the floor? We see one hand there.
Sorry, I took the long.
Good morning, Claudia Bernard from CAE Park Aviation. I am from the aircraft side as safety manager, not the cyber side yet. And I was just more worried about the receiving of practical support. So things like with regards to when SMS was implemented, we did have the MSAT in advance. We had dates from the authorities with regard to getting our application in 6 months in advance of the closure date. All that practical information. Is there a timeline available on this, particularly as the DOA will be first in October next year? When can we look at receiving information on when we have to have that application in, what the assessment tool will be, what the checklist will be from the authority, who we are expected to sit in front of for that audit, and you know, the actual practicalities of getting the change through?
Thank you. Juan Anton, please.
Okay, so let's see. As you have heard yesterday and today, we have a work stream as part of the task force. This work stream is working on how we are going to implement and how we are going to do the investigations, how we are going to approve the manuals and all this information. So we expect to have something delivered by the end of January or somewhere in February in 2025. Now, this is going to include what is going to be, how is going to be the investigation process, the different stages for the initial compliance, and then for the incorporation into the oversight program. At least on the, at least we have to see how we include the information in the guidance material that we have for the different domains. I can talk, for example, for the Part 145 domain, for the maintenance organizations, where we have user guides for foreign organizations because we are the competent authority. We will be amending those user guides to show what we are going to incorporate in the manual, or what we expect to have in the exposition from the maintenance organizations. Of course, those guidelines will be on the website. They can be accessed by anybody, even if they are not under our authority as a maintenance organization. But they will be there. And just there will be a plan. And as I said, we want to do it as soon as possible. I know that for DOA and POA and aerodromes, it's in October, and for airport management services. For the rest, it's later, but okay, we are doing it in the work, in the task force. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? So nothing from the room.
Okay, then we have one question about what training can upskill aviation staff familiar with safety with essential information security knowledge, and this particular question asks for any recommended courses or certifications in the field of cybersecurity. So
I can only summarize what I've seen from slides of our presenters. So Patrick made an extensive recommendations. One fil rouge that I would say connects Part IS to other framework is the ISO, basically 27001, and why not considering as a training in ISO auditor as a background, and this I think was the choice of FOCA, Christoph, and definitely an option also in the ministry. I cannot repeat the long name, but in the Netherlands, and we also had a similar approach. It is good. It's kind of a basic training, but then this triggers, say, one of my question or consideration, because now we have seen that there has been an extensive activity in mapping the skills in the ECSF and the training offer of, well, I would say IT, mainly IT, OT training providers, but there are also other trainers that, I mean, covers more wide information security management framework. So probably one of the questions for the audience, for the panelists, whether you have considered, after having seen the presentation of Fabio, to perform an exercise of checking this mapping with the skills and the role. What do you think? For instance, Christoph, would you analyze now the ECSF mapping with the training providers, the mapping that has been done with the skills and training provider to review your training, I would say, strategy?
Thank you for the question, Davide. Yes, definitely I would consult it and to try to match it to the to available training courses. However, I don't think you will end up in a clear match. So this is also always an interpretative process, and you need to know where suitable trainings are available. So whether this is a physical or this is online training, but it definitely would help if you can trace the ESCF to training provider and try to match the bullets, the training syllabus they offer, with some uncertainties, of course.
Maybe I can add to that is that I don't want to promote any commercial training offers, but there are some training offers that do assessments, and you can do a self-assessment whether you lack some knowledge or you need to add some training, and then they of course provide you with an advisement for their trainings, of course, but it does give you a good insight in what's lacking, and it does help you out with finding out what's needed, and accordingly you can take action. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And for what concerns Part IS, I know that there are a couple of training offers out there. So again, no promotions here, but if you Google it, you may find some options. So I guess again, it's a bit of performing this mapping that we described between tasks, skills, and competencies required, and then identify what's the best solution available on the market. And I hope that with the experience that has been shared, you now have inspiration to do that.
Thank you, Davide. We have also another question that it's addressed to Patrick, as far as I understand. So good to see that DATS inspectors do also OT training, operational technology training. Is there also training for aviation technologies and processes?
Not that I'm aware of specifically for the sector, but I think there are some general things apply. That's regardless any sector. If you have OT, you have like the same type of challenges, same type of issues, and it doesn't matter if you see this on an airplane or at a vessel or whatever in the maritime sector. You see lots of the same situations. So not specifically, but it's really useful in a broader sense.
Okay, I think unless there are other urgent questions, looking at the time, maybe we can conclude here the session. I thank you, the panelists. I thank you, the moderator, for your contribution. And we are ready to wrap up. So you can, let me just take my notes, because I want to be sure that I say everything I have in mind. So we are coming toward the end of these 2 days. I will be short, I promise, also because I think it would be fair to all of you that have been with us for these 2 days if we can free you before 13:30. So before we conclude, frequently asked question. So we have already on our website under contact FAQs, but if you type FAQs in the search bar is the most efficient way to find them. We have a frequently asked question also on Part IS. And for the time being, we are at 22 FAQs. I think after today, we can more than double them. And a lot of things related implementation is how to look at applicability. They are already covered. And now, as the joint knowledge is progressing, I think there will be more and better questions. And if you also find something that is not answered, feel free to send an email to us. The email address cybersec@easa-europa.eu, which is also the address for the organization, is what you can use to submit your question. Then next slide, the community. So the cybersecurity community is the platform we have identified for sharing of all type of information and also all the deliverables of the task force. So you can see here the QR code to get there. Otherwise, you go on the other website, you see somewhere communities, and there are a number of thematic communities. There is one called cybersecurity. And then you can register for free. The registration is only for you to receive notification when we publish new things. You can find all the deliverables that have been presented this morning are there, including the adaptation of the framework, and then all the information about what we do, what is coming up. At the same time, there are other resources available that can be used for raising awareness, for starting conversation, even for starting getting more familiar with the topic. And on our YouTube channels, you can look for the Safety Week sessions. There was one last year and one this year, where we discuss implementation topics and challenges. So this is also freely available. Feel free to make use of it. And now I would like to share with you some consideration or some of the main takeaways of these 2 days, which have been very intense for us, but I think also for you, and you have seen how full with objectives and topics they have been. So our idea when we started thinking of this workshop was to equip all the involved parties to be ready to start the implementation journey. And this is why we have chosen all the topics, all the agenda points. I hope we have achieved this objective, and I would like also to ask for your feedback. So in respect of when you arrived yesterday morning, do you feel better equipped to start implementation of Part IS in your organization? If yes, please raise your hand. Okay, good. That's thank you for your feedback, and this is also something that gives us, let's say, a taste of success. Let me say. Then I would like to share some few takeaways that have been recurrent over the 2 days. First of all, the fact that cybersecurity in aviation, or as we said many times, information security events having an impact on aviation safety, is a multidisciplinary topic. And the only way to address this multidisciplinary topic is collaboration. So this needs to be very clear in all our minds in order to make it a success. Then I would like to quote what Tommy said yesterday in the panel: we don't need perfection. And I want to fully subscribe this, because at this stage we don't need perfection. We need to have something that works. Part ISMS is about protecting your organization, protecting your assets, and you can think of having highest level of protection from day one. So what makes more sense is a kind of MVP approach, minimum viable product, and then scale it up. It is a trial and error process. We need to be ready for that. And but I think this is the mindset we need to follow for that. And then I think we can say that this journey is not easy, but no one of us is alone in this journey. There is a lot being put in place to support implementation in the industry, in the authorities. And we try to present to you everything that we have already ready for use today. And more is coming. So that's why stay connected with our cybersecurity community. These are, in my opinion, the most important takeaways. Maybe you have different ones. Feel free also to share them with us via email, or just putting a comment under the YouTube broadcast live streaming, and we are really interested in your feedback. Then all the questions that we were not able to answer during these 2 days. We will review them and try to find an answer. Don't be the spoiler, please. Okay. So all questions will be reviewed and answered. For those who think some of their questions have not been answered during the session, the recordings are available. So the recording of yesterday was already there yesterday evening. I checked it, it works, so you can go through it. Maybe we will index it according to the agenda, so navigation could also be simpler. And now, what is coming up for the future? We perceive that we can't stop here. So we need probably to have another workshop, and should be next year, not in October. Either immediately before summer or immediately after. We need to sort out some organizational issues, but we would like to continue this engagement. And if in the meanwhile you have started your journey, we hope to have you here sharing your experience. So the idea is really to have a sharing of experience, something that help in progressing and going forward in this journey. Finally, I have to thank a lot of people. So I have, first of all, to thank the speakers and the moderators. So they were key to success for this workshop. I want to thank all EASA colleagues that you don't see in this room, but helped us in supporting an event like this, 200 people for 2 days, catering, cleaning, and even welcoming you is something that requires effort, was smooth and well coordinated, and big thanks to them. I want to thank my management line, because with their trust and their support, we managed to put in place what we have done today. And then I want to thank the members of the Part IS task force, because they were the most important content providers, but also because the continuous engagement is something that we find extremely stimulating. We learn from each other, and we really help each other in having a better implementation. And now I have to come to thank my team. Their engagement was great. Their presentations were really superb. Very well done. You're a great team, and I'm proud to work with you. And finally, the final thanks are for David and Vasilis, the two engines behind the organization of the workshop. And thank you very much, really, for what you have done. Thank you, all of you, for having been with us for these 2 days. I hope to hear from you soon. You have all our contact. You know how to find us. Any channel is good, LinkedIn, email, phone, you choose it. And I wish you a safe journey home and a nice weekend afterward. Thank you very much.